Radioactivity Professional University of Sukuba, State Agency of Ukraine, State of Schools of Management, National Academy of Science of Ukraine, and National Center for Nuclear Research and Poland. So our organization in three countries, Polish, Ukraine, and Poland. And we are meeting with our representative of all these three countries, this organization as convener of this session. So please propose Professor Namba.
Good morning to you. Thank you for your participation in this international seminar. Centrum's Triangle project is started in 2017 and it was a project, but it was extended by 1 year, so until March 2023. In early January in 2022, this year, we just thought that we can make a trip to Ukraine this year, but there were signs of the beginning of the war of aggression by Russia, and that was begun. It has been a pain for us to see the damages made in Ukraine by Russian attacks. In response to this situation, we have considered and implemented urgently needed assistance for Ukraine as an extension of our project. At this point, however, we believe that the successful completion of our project in line with original objective is necessary for us. Apart from that, it is also necessary for the Ukrainian government to create a new management policy and prepare for further emergencies in response to radiation risks in Chernobyl, Zaporizhzhia, and other areas after the start of Russian war of aggression. This is not only a challenge for the Ukrainian Ukraine, but also an international challenge. And I believe that many of these things can, in some ways, be based on the achievement of our satellite project. Today, we would like to share the progress and achievement of our project. The current situation in Ukraine from the perspective of environmental radiation of Chernobyl, exclusion zone, and other sites. And the seminar today and tomorrow is a good opportunity to introduce ideas that may work as a measure in response to the current issues. For this purpose, we are happy to have contributors from Poland, UK, Germany, Sweden, United States, and Canada. We hope the seminar today and tomorrow will help us to provide timely and efficient assistance to the current situation of Ukraine in terms of environmental radioactivity. Thank you.
Yes. What is that?
Okay. Good morning, everybody. On behalf of National Center of Nuclear Research in Poland, I would like to invite all participants in this international seminar. Taking into account Russian Federation aggression in Ukraine, we had any objection to cooperate and organize such meeting in Poland. Main subject of this seminar, exchange of information of radioactive contamination after the Fukushima and Chernobyl accident, is very important point, of course. My institute, National Center for Nuclear Research, is open also for future cooperation with both partners, Japanese and Ukraine, of course. And finally, I would like to wish you, to all the participants, fruitful discussion and conclusions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Shuk, head of the State Committee of the Management of Energy.
Thank you, Mark. Good morning. I am glad to greet everybody and everyone on this international seminar. My name is Maxim Shevchuk. I am the Deputy Head of State Committee on Institutions of Management. I want to thank for organizing and participating in this seminar Japanese Science and Technology Agency, Japanese International Cooperation Agency, Institute of Environmental Radioactivity, Fukushima University, especially Kenji Namba and Mark Železniak, to Institute of Tsukuba, and our Polish colleagues, particularly National Center for Nuclear Research, for hosting this meeting, and other honored participants from different countries and authorities. And of course, I want to thank my Ukrainian colleagues and stakeholders. These are remotely from Parliament of Ukraine, State Nuclear Regulation Inspection, National University NUBIP, Institute of Nuclear Power Plants Safety Problems, Hydrometeorological Center, Eco Center, and National Reserve. I want to thank our international partners for support of Ukraine in this hard wartime after start of comprehensive Russian aggression. We are fighting and we will win thanks to highest motivation of Ukrainians and such a huge support from all civilized world. I wish us fruitful time during the seminar, new initiatives, projects and high results. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans, and the proposal to move to the next briefing from the Academy of Science of Ukraine to be provided Professor Masovsky.
I'll help with the translation.
Шановні пані, панове, дозвольте мені від Національної академії наук України привітати всіх присутніх на цьому заході в Варшаві.
Dear humble guests of the seminar, it's my great pleasure to welcome you at this seminar in Warsaw.
Сьогодні Україна переживає велику хвилину війни.
Today Ukraine is suffering from the severities of war, or cruelties of war.
Але наша академія і всі академічні інститути, підприємства працюють, виконують свої функції в умовах воєнного стану.
But our academy and all other institutions are working very hard to fulfill their duties during the wartime.
Від російських обстрілів постраждали наукові об'єкти наукової культури.
Due to the Russian aggression, the scientific buildings and other infrastructure was damaged by direct artillery, missiles, and other forms of Russian aggression.
Зокрема, Інститут Національної академії наук в Києві, в Харкові, в Чорнобилі,
National Institute in Kiev, Kharkiv, and Chernobyl locations,
Сумах і
and other cities.
Наші науковці, як мільйони громадян України, змушені ховатися в бомбосховищах, в підвалах.
Our scientists, like millions of Ukrainian people, have to protect themselves by hiding in the bomb shelters,
Залишати свої домівки і евакуюватися.
leave their houses and evacuate.
Під загрозою опинилися виведення ядерних об'єктів на фізичної структури.
the threat even comes to the nuclear facilities.
Руйнування цих об'єктів може привести до техногенів та екологічних катастроф.
The destruction of these nuclear facilities and objects could lead to the environmental disaster and as well as anthropogenic disaster.
Через свої дії Росія вже зазнала реакції всього цивілізованого світу.
Due to its barbaric actions, Russia has been already isolated from all civilized countries in the world.
Росію виключають практично всіх міжнародних організацій.
Russia Federation is kicked out from all major international organizations and
Національна академія наук ще з 2014 року після анексії Росії частину території розірвала будь-які стосунки з російськими науковими установами.
From 2014, due to the annexation of Crimea by Russian Federation, the National Academy of Science of Ukraine has severed all the connections and ties with Russian scientific community.
Академія отримала численні листи підтримки від наших іноземних колег.
The National Academy of Science of Ukraine has received numerous letters of support from international colleagues and friends.
Ми глибоко зворушені цими листами підтримки і засудженням агресії Росії.
From these letters of support, we are deeply touched by the kind and heartful messages from all over the world to support the Ukraine struggle.
Академія наук дуже вдячна всім за таку підтримку і солідарність.
The National Academy of Ukraine wants to express deepest gratitude for such tremendous and heartfelt support in difficult times in Ukraine.
Хочу подякувати всім нашим іноземним колегам за надану гуманітарну, матеріальну, технічну допомогу.
I want to especially thank all colleagues, international colleagues, for the humanitarian aid, equipment and any form of aid that was provided to us.
Ми дуже вдячні науковцям з Польщі, Японії, Сполучених Штатів Америки, Великої Британії.
We are really grateful for the scientists from Japan, Poland, US fighting.
Цим діями вони допомагають українським вченим виконувати наукові дослідження в цей дуже складний для України час.
This support from scientists from Japan, US, Poland, UK allows Ukrainian scientists to continue perform their duties despite the Russian aggression and the war actions that are happening in Ukraine right now.
Окремо подяка нашим японським колегам, які продовжують фінансування проєкту САДЕКС.
The special thanks, of course, go to our Japanese colleagues and the Centrum project who continue their support in these difficult times.
Та спільно з українськими вченими проводять дослідження в Чорнобилі.
And the Japanese scientists continue to collaborate and communicate with Ukrainian scientists for monitoring Chernobyl exclusion zone.
Та змогли організувати цей такий науковий захід у Варшаві, який досліджує підтримку міжнародного наукового співтовариства в Україні.
In particular, we are thankful for the Centrum project and Japanese scientists who organize scientific seminars like this one in Warsaw that allow us to bring international community and scientists to express their support for Ukraine as well as continue research activities for Ukrainian scientists as well as international community together.
Дякую всім за увагу.
Thank you very much for your attention. Слава Україні!
Now we will move to the presentation of our session. It will be member of the committee will sit down to the podium and we will give here the presenters. Mr. Shishuk, Mr. Taylor will be the
I'm now trying.
One moment.
Yes. Do you have the presentation? Yours?
Share it on the screen.
Yes, we can share it, but we have a YouTube translation. I want to ask any one of you, if somebody doesn't have a badge, you can take it just near the door, in front of the door. There is a reception. If you don't have a badge, please come to the door. And again, one small announcement. If somebody of you want to have a lunch here in the hotel, there is a nice restaurant. Here is the menu, and you can choose whatever you want from this menu and write your name in this paper with the meal you chose, so that the people in the restaurant will prepare everything until our lunch, so you came and eat at once. Thank you. Вот. Переключать.
Цвет это жизнь.
So my presentation is about consequences of Russian occupation in Chernobyl zone. As far as you know, after 36 years after Chernobyl catastrophe, we have new safe confinement about shelter object and force reactor. We are decommissioning first, second and third blocks of Chernobyl nuclear power plant. We are operating with spent nuclear fuel storages number 1, old, wet type, and number 2, new one, dry type. We have plans for liquid and solid radioactive waste conversion. We have complex of storages for different types of Ukrainian radioactive waste. We are making radiological monitoring, dosimetric control. We are responsible for wood and forests management, firefighting measures on large territory of whole exclusion zone. We have largest in Ukraine national reserve. It's around 85, 87, even 87% of all territory of exclusion zone. We have touristic direction. We have a very strong scientific center and scientists, and we are responsible also for saving cultural heritage of the region. Is it okay? I just one moment. Complicated technical process, but we will manage it. You got it. You can see it, but they want to also share for our online participants. Yeah, is everything okay? Can we continue?
Share.
Okay. So let's continue. But on 24th of February this year, everything changed. New phase of the Russian aggression started. It became comprehensive. All the territory of Ukraine covered by war using all kinds of weapons. There were no and there are no safe places now in the country from 24th of February. And Chernobyl zone was occupied partly, mostly on 24th of February and completely on 25th of February. And you can see here some pictures of hot fights in villages near.
То есть is Zoom, they couldn't see my representations. When you
Okay.
Save our time, I will give you some pictures of consequences.
So you can see and share with other colleagues, please.
I think this small image is not shared. But
let's choose full screen, the first one.
Okay, so here we have pictures from villages near the exclusion zone. I want to stress your attention that there were no hot fights inside exclusion zone, but near all villages were under fights with big damages, with hard technique. You see, it's pictures from 4th of April, where we visited exclusion zone first time after the occupation. Me, myself, our head of agency, Evgen Kramalenko, Sergei Kireev, who is here with us, and advisor of our Minister of Defense. It was a hard trip, but now we have fresh photos from those days. And you see video, it's video from exclusion zone. So the Russian used terroristic approach. They hit us, understanding that we will not respond. And you see, of course, it was very dangerous, and they caused fires, and we didn't respond because a lot of very dangerous objects on Chernobyl zone. This picture of our main checkpoint Radioactivity was looted, damaged. Most things were stolen, so it looked like this. It's our main bridge between checkpoint Radioactivity and town of Chernobyl. Now it's almost the same, but we have near it temporarily bridge. It's okay, but it's temporary. It's one of main buildings in Chernobyl. You see, everything is broken. Our office agency, some property of Chernobyl enterprises, and pictures of offices. All offices were looted, complete mess inside. They tried to broken everything and steal everything. Zero normal computers left. Some computers were stolen, like whole computer, but some were removed from memory, hard drives, processors. So these are private cars in Chernobyl which were broken by tanks. It's empty garage of one of our enterprises, Pivnichna Pusha, which is responsible for firefighting measures. It's completely empty. Some vehicle was stolen and removed to Belarus and Russia. We were able to monitor it through GPS sensors, and some technique was just hit by machine guns. And these pictures are from laboratories of Epicenter Enterprise. You see they stolen central server for monitoring system and looted laboratories inside enterprise premises. On nuclear power plant, we saw a very similar picture of looted offices, but on nuclear power plant, they damaged and stolen goods only in last day when they moved out from the plant. This is underground premise where our Ukrainian National Guard were prisoned by Russia. And you see here soldier scenes were looted by Russians in the last day of occupation. 169 persons were imprisoned, and they moved on 31st or 31 of March in Belarus and after in Russia, and they are still not in Ukraine. Here I want to stress your attention that all major dangerous objects were not damaged, so we didn't receive any catastrophe, but of course locally some levels of radiation raised in many times because of very active actions technique and soldiers. We fixed it after the occupation in next weeks just by actions of epicenter specialists, and after when we restored functionality of monitoring system, we also controlled this situation. You see here, probably you see here some places for soldiers near new safe confinement. So Russians were, you see here Russians were ready to fight here. Of course, Ukrainian side never will initiate some fights in such areas. So it's you see, again, it's positions for soldiers. And again, I want to say that both most dangerous objects in terms of spent nuclear storages, it's okay. and well-known Russian trenches in Red Forest. Really, they dug trenches there, they lived more than 1 month in these trenches, they cooked food and made fires on this area. So, on our opinion, most of these soldiers are almost dead persons. What else? On radioactive waste complex vector, we also saw that main objects were okay, not damaged, but offices were looted, many things were stolen. Centralized spent nuclear fuel storage on raw complex near raw complex vector was also okay, but entrance doors were broken and some technique were stolen. So, main consequences of occupation are, first of all, personal logistics have been disrupted at Chernobyl nuclear power plant. Now we have no railway or motor road through Belarus, and the road takes at least 7 or even 8 hours instead of 1.5 hours than before. You see, they from Saluti should go to Kiev and after to Chernobyl nuclear power plant. This way instead of this way. Of course, it's complicated for staff. We arranged work on shift basis, each shift 15 days, and we have lack of buses, so each change takes 2 or 3 days. Much specialized automotive equipment has been stolen. More than 300 pieces of firefighting equipment, vehicle, first of all, radioactive waste, transportation vehicle, and forestry vehicles. Environment monitoring system has been damaged. Radiological laboratories have been damaged. Instruments and dosimeters have been stolen. All offices and existing hostels have been damaged in the town of Chernobyl. Computers, office and server equipment partly or completely have been stolen. And infrastructure also has been destroyed and damaged. First of all, main bridge, roads and communications and checkpoints. And very important thing that there are remaining mines and it's lots of fire sources at once. First of all, it's in danger for human and for animals, and of course it's sources of fires. From other hand, we are not able to reach some areas in the zone to fight with fires. It's a big problem. So, after this occupation, we understood that Ukraine in such a hard situation, it's not possible to organize everything by our budgets, and we communicated with many international authorities and most of our partners, I can say all partners are ready to help us, and we formed the mission for international support and call it the mission of overcoming the global challenge and leaving it in a better state than it was, is a strong response to the aggressor and a bright sign of the victory of the civilized world or nuclear terrorists, barbarians, thieves, and murderers. In 1-2 years, we will say that Chernobyl zone is more safe, more functional, and more useful to the world than it was before Russian occupation. And we created some plan for recovery and development of the exclusion zone activity with areas in order of priority. Very shortly I will explain. First of all, it's demining of territories around main objects. Second priority is fire safety. We need at least firefighting vehicles and personal equipment for our workers. Third is radiological conditions and dosimetry. Fourth area is office equipment for enterprises. Fifth, it's social infrastructure. First of all, it's bridge, and we want to have more with larger capacity incinerator to change heating and electricity from gas to wood that we have. Sixth direction is physical protection of radioactive waste and spent nuclear fuel facilities. Seventh direction is very ambitious. It's recovery of scientific and research infrastructure in the framework of Chernobyl Scientific Hub. We have 11 projects in this direction, and we believe it will be a very good step in development of science and in Chernobyl zone. Eighth area is activities at Chernobyl nuclear power plant site, and ninth is recovery of radioactive waste management infrastructure. We are already communicating on the highest level with European Bank for Development and Euro Commission and US government, Great Britain, JICA, and other authorities. It's not all that you see as science here, it's much more. And to monitor state of projects, we created such metrics. Each direction with projects we put here with budgets, with status. So some projects already implemented in this half of the year, some have approved financing. It's another state. So green, it's implemented, yellow, it's approved financing, and blue is planned for implementation. And some very short analysis of donors and beneficiaries. This table is shareable for main donors, so everybody is able to understand where is possibility to help and support. And we want to say thank you for first help. These pictures, like with some kinds of help. And as a conclusion, fortunately there was no new catastrophe in Chernobyl zone, but presence thousands of tanks, much ammunition load on the nuclear power plant, planes and helicopters above nuclear and radioactive facilities. This was awful and extremely dangerous. We have much losses after 35 days of occupation. we counted it's more than 100 million euros of losses, and we understand that second invasion to the zone is possible, and our army, our military guys, they are ready for it, and we are ready for it. All enterprises have new evacuation plans and other measures for such case. We think the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant still is the most dangerous point in the world, and we together, all civilized world, should stop Russia nuclear terrorism. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your support.
We received one question, and because we have a discussion at the end of the day. So, if anybody have a question? Any questions?
I'm available. Not here, also in coffee break, please.
Okay, thank you. Now, Professor Bode, Professor Nampa, your joint presentation. Thank you. Звук услышно нормально, далеко слышно? Значит, далеко микрофон, нормально?
Микрофон. Майк. Сейчас мы спробуем.
Our next week. You can see
Slide. Точно слайд говорите.
экран отдавать.
Okay, I will talk about our very general overview of our Zaporizhzhia project. And later, 5 minutes, Alexander will talk about the research. Just include that. I can change voice. Yeah, this is okay. It's better to share. I can go. So, as I told you in the first remark, our Zaporizhzhia project will be finished by the end of March 2023. And this was the first how we come to start the Chernobyl project. Actually, after Fukushima nuclear plant accident, MOU was concluded between Ukraine and Japan governments. Both governments concluded MOU, and it promoted our opportunity. But after establishment of the Institute of Environmental Radioactivity at Fukushima University and having Mark and other colleagues from Ukraine, we could start this project. So, and it's good for us as Fukushima University to know the 25 years after the nuclear power plant accident. And before starting the project, we visited a number of research institutes and talked with you. In 2015 was the first time for me, and in 2016 we also made another visit and came to know your issues in Chernobyl exclusion zone and issues of like your own equipment. And our project consists of 4 parts. One is consequences after the drawdown of cooling pump. And it also has 3 different parts: the chemical approach, groundwater ecology, and radioecology of aquatic and newly emerged lands. The second part is prediction of long-term behavior of radionuclides based on observations in the Chernobyl exclusion zone. And the third is precise prediction for long-range transport of radionuclides through the atmosphere. And the last one, fourth, is advice for Ukrainian government, actually Southern, in environmental recovery and radiation protection. And this is the organization of our projects, and we have 12 participating research institutes from Ukraine, and also at the state government, SNRIU, Southern, and NASU are participating. This is how our project works from the viewpoints of 4 working group categories. It's expressed as output, but we have 4 outputs from the 4 working group, 4 parts that I told. We have already delivered the instruments. The major one was ICPMS, and we had a ceremony at the UIR. And also we have delivered the computers and detectors in response to the Russian attack and damage in Chernobyl exclusion zone. And we had a ceremony in August, last August. And we have done these invitations to Japan, Ukrainian delegation to Japan, and we arranged the meeting with Ministry of Environment of Japan, or Agency of Recovery, and the prefecture and municipality governments. And after COVID situation, we totally lost this opportunity, unfortunately. And this by early January, we thought that we will have opportunity this year, but it was also not to be realized. But one researcher came to Japan, Orena Bruno, came in August to learn the new technique to stain the chromosome. It's called the in situ, fluorescent in situ hybridization. And we are trying to have another graduate student as a JICA trainee this year, and we are trying to have more fund, like scholarship, to continue after next fiscal year. Okay, I think that's it. And on the sense, please continue. Okay.
so I'm Nishonda, professor at the University of Cuba and also a co-leader of this satellite project. So I just have a couple of slides that will help, to conclude our satellite project. Actually, the scientific committee of satellites request us to have a final, outcome as a zoning based on the scientific, data sets that we have obtained. But actually, our monitoring is only finished, and the first 3 years, and unfortunately cannot come to here after that. So anyway, with this, meeting, I think it will be very important to complete that activity that is quite important for the evaluation of this project. Okay, so the idea is something like, like this. I mean, for example, zoning based on the many, natural, media like groundwater, based on the criteria of the contamination. So we can make some different kind of, criteria can be done. But this is the preliminary. I think will be needed to discussion to, make some better estimates. And also surface water. We can make some zoning based on the, criteria of the contamination level, and also this is the strontium, the case. And Professor Yoshenko and Dr. Dima Koyaka have already, working very hard to, create some of the, contamination level of wood, based on the criteria of, in this case, 600 bezel per kilogram. And also, he already make, future prediction at the year of 2050. This kind of outcome should be very, very, ideal to present the result to the, scientific committee of the satellites. And this is okay, the wood and strontium also. So anyway, the idea is to overlap the, criteria of many different media. So this zoning itself is not quite meaningful for direct use for, governmental things, but still, we need to show the outcome, and all of your input and support will be very important to, within a good, evaluation by scientific committee, and this is quite an important step for the future funding. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions to Professor Olda? Professor Namo? Okay, thank you. And we move to the next presentation. It is the presentation of the mission associate, scientific development and resource transformation of sugar structure. Before some technical preparation, we'll make an advertisement. Please, before the lunch, we'll get let us get the good picture of participants. So, not immediately rather out after the lunch break, we will get a picture. So, thank you.
Дякую. Шановні колеги, ця презентація зроблена саме, щоб ознайомити вас з цими проблемами, які є на цьому об'єкті, який ми називаємо об'єкт укриття.
This presentation's purpose is to familiarize you with the issues that we face in the safety confinement object. and the Chernobyl nuclear power plant.
Результатом співпраці з міжнародною спільнотою стало спорудження у 2016 році нового безпечного конфайнменту.
Our scientific collaboration with the international community has resulted in the construction of new safety confinement in 2016.
Протягом останніх років проводились роботи з введення цього об'єкту в експлуатацію.
In the last year, we have conducted various works to make this new safety confinement operational.
І в 2021 році Чорнобильська станція отримала дозвіл на введення його в промислову експлуатацію.
And in 2021, the Chernobyl nuclear power plant has received the permission to utilize this new safety confinement.
Після завершення будівництва Україна отримала не тільки нову захисну оболонку, а й нові системи безпеки та моніторингу.
After the construction of the new confinement, Ukraine has also received the new monitoring systems as well as the new equipment to conduct its work.
А також інфраструктуру, яку можна використовувати під час подальшого проведення робіт з перебудови цього об'єкту на екологічно безпечну систему.
As well as, in addition, we also received the infrastructure capabilities to continue making this new safety confinement environmentally safe.
Але серед громадськості досить поширеною думкою є про те, що після зведення нового безпечного конфайнменту проблему перетворення об'єкту укриття вже повністю вирішено.
However, this has resulted in the general people's opinion that this new safety confinement will solve all the issues that remain in the site.
Але для остаточного перетворення цього об'єкту на екологічно безпечну систему потрібно буде вжити ще багато наукових та технічних заходів.
But in order to achieve that objective, to make it completely safe, we still have to conduct various scientific activities and research work to make it happen.
Вже найближчим часом належить виконати роботи з демонтажу будівельної конструкції об'єкту укриття, термін експлуатації який завершується у 2023 році.
For example, we have to start decommissioning the building infrastructure that has to be disassembled by year 2023.
До виконання цього нас спонукують випадки руйнування бувалих будівельних конструкцій, а тому зазначене питання вимагає невідкладного вирішення.
So we have already facing the falling structures like building walls and roofs, so we have to deal with this issue immediately.
Співробітниками інституту закінчено розробку тривимірної моделі демонтажу нестабільних конструкцій.
Our institute, scientists of our institute has finished the modeling of decommission or dismantling of the shelter object.
Після демонтажу будівельної конструкції особливої актуальності набуває питання вилучення ядерних матеріалів.
So after the dismantling, the main question remains is how to remove the high radioactive waste.
Ці матеріали потрібно перевести в контрольований стан та поставити на зберігання з подальшим захороненням.
This highly radioactive nuclear waste has to be first immobilized and then transferred to storage facilities.
Тому актуальною задачею є розробка технічно-технологічних рішень щодо вилучення паливомісних матеріалів.
So the main priority is now to develop scientific/engineering methods to implement this removal of nuclear waste.
Основними заходами для вилучення цих ядерних матеріалів є розробка основних технологічних рішень та проекти виконання робіт щодо вилучення їх.
So we are now working on the ways how to conduct this retrieval of the nuclear waste, immobilization, and make it a safe operation.
А також створення інфраструктури щодо поводження з ядерними матеріалами та радіоактивними відходами.
So in order to do that, we have to automate the infrastructure of handling highly radioactive waste and handling, transportation and storage.
Вилучення цих паливомісних матеріалів вимагає розробки дистанційно керованого робототехнічного обладнання.
So one way is to develop the unmanned robotic equipment to conduct such highly dangerous activity without human intervention.
Для безпечного поводження з радіоактивними відходами та ядерними матеріалами необхідно створити системи для моніторингу.
So So we need to develop a monitoring system that will reflect the current storage and locations of the highly radioactive nuclear waste.
Ну і такі інші системи.
And the other systems as well.
А також необхідно створити майданчик для тимчасового зберігання цих ядерних матеріалів, а також розробити парк контейнерів для них.
In addition, we have to make a temporary facility to store this highly radioactive waste, as well as the actual equipment to store this waste inside. So like some metal containers or some like concrete things that can be used as well, temporary storage.
Залишається не до кінця вирішеною проблемою безпеки деяких скупчень ядерних матеріалів об'єкту укриття.
So some locations of highly radioactive waste are still remain dangerous. Yes.
Важливий момент.
Yes.
Не тільки highly radioactive, but fuel containing masses. Fuel containing material.
So yes, a good point. So that
А тут про ядерну безпеку.
Нестача наявних у розпорядженні вчених знань про ці скупчення не дозволяє однозначно стверджувати, що всі скупчення є ядерно безпечними.
So the all locations that the new findings on these locations cannot guarantee that these are the safe for nuclear safety. And one moment I got a comment from the audience when I say highly radioactive waste. Actually, in the presenter implies that we also have nuclear fuel materials. Yes, so that's why it should be on the slide, so I shorted in my translation. But my apologies for that.
Тому що повністю закрити питання про ядерну безпеку необхідно провести додаткові дослідження, результати яких можуть стати основою для обґрунтування ядерної безпеки цих скупчень.
So as a result, we need to conduct additional scientific research investigations to close the question of nuclear safety once and for all.
Після встановлення нового безпечного конфайнменту проектне положення протягом більш 6 років спостерігається зростання щільності потоку нейтронів на периферії скупчення ядерних матеріалів, що локалізоване в одному із підреакторних приміщень.
So, since the new safety confinement operation 2016, we observed the increased flux of neutrons from one location where the nuclear fuel waste is stored.
На цьому графіку ви бачите, що зростання йде, і кожен рік.
This shows you that the increasing neutron flux from 2017 here and then going up to 2022.
Станом на сьогодні це зростання не перевищує встановлених меж безпеки.
In the current situation, this increase has not reached the set limits of safety.
Але ми повинні це постійно контролювати.
But it requires continuous monitoring.
Таким чином, до переліку завдань науково-технічних досліджень і розробок для ефективного і безпечного виконання робіт можна віднести оці заходи, які перераховані на слайді. Це дослідження не потрібно перекладатися.
But I will just say what you said. So therefore, we need to consider this task or method that listed in this slide to implement our objectives.
Це в основному дослідження хіміко-фізичних властивостей цих паливомісних матеріалів. Це розробка методів характеризації, розробка методів вилучення цих матеріалів, розробка критеріїв і таке інше.
For example, we need to look at the chemical characteristics of this fuel and the highly radioactive waste. Characterization, some criteria how to indicate how to characterize them, then how to handle these materials and so forth.
Для цілей вилучення паливомісних матеріалів ми пропонуємо створити комплексну наукову лабораторію безпосередньо в приміщенні об'єкту укриття.
For the removal of these materials, we propose to create a specialized laboratory that will be located near the new confinement and will deal with these problems directly on site.
Така лабораторія дозволить розпочати роботи з характеризації паливомісних матеріалів та вивчити їх фізико-хімічні властивості.
The creation of new laboratory will allow us to start chemical characterization and removal of these materials.
Ми вже домовилися з Чорнобильською станцією, вони знайшли приміщення, в яких ця лабораторія може бути розміщена, тому зараз шукаємо інвесторів, які допоможуть нам зробити цю лабораторію.
So we have already agreed with the Chernobyl power plant measurement to get a facility provided by them, and now we are looking for funding agencies to support and to support the creation of the new laboratory.
Поки що є пропозиція у нас від наших колег з Китаю, які дуже бажають тестувати свої робототехнічні пристрої в умовах радіації.
At the moment we only have one offer or interest from the Chinese colleagues that they would like to test their robotic equipment in the vicinity of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant and the safety confinement.
Але таку лабораторію потрібно робити, і це не дивлячись на те, що це дуже буде коштувати дорого в умовах об'єкту укриття створити таку лабораторію.
So despite the cost of creating such new laboratory, it must be done.
Інститут проблем безпеки атомної станції в місті Чорнобиль має науково-дослідну інфраструктуру, яка включає декілька лабораторій, але після російської окупації більшість лабораторного обладнання була знищена.
So the institute has had several laboratories in the Chernobyl in the exclusion zone, but it has been all these laboratories have been destroyed due to the Russian Federation invasion.
В своїй іншій доповіді я більш конкретно на цьому Інститут проблем безпеки атомної станції є єдина на сьогодні наукова установа, яка з перших років після аварії на Чорнобильській станції вивчає стан оцих ядерних матеріалів на об'єкті укриття.
The Institute for Safety Problems of nuclear power plants has the only entity that has been studying the effects or the impact of Chernobyl nuclear disaster since 1986.
А також ми займаємося прогнозуванням зміни, які происходять всіх ядерних матеріалів в часі.
So we also monitor changes in this high radioactive waste or nuclear fuel materials and these changes with time.
І ці дослідження дуже важливі для наук.
This research has immense value for the scientific community worldwide.
Таким чином, на сьогодні можна виділити наступні основні наукові проблеми щодо об'єкту укриття.
So we could summarize the main issues that we face with the new safety confinement in Chernobyl.
Це моніторинг рівня ядерної радіаційної безпеки.
The monitoring and of the radiation safety levels.
Це контроль і прогноз стану ядерних матеріалів, паливомісних матеріалів.
The forecasting of the radiation objects or highly radioactive nuclear.
Це поводження з цими матеріалами.
This is the management of handling these materials.
І розробка технологій вилучення їх.
And we have to develop the methodology how to study these materials.
Кожна з цих перелічених наукових проблем тягне за собою величезну кількість досліджень, експериментів.
Each of four listed questions and topics will require a large amount of scientific and research activities.
Ми всі розуміємо, що створення нового безпечного конфайнменту – це тільки початковий етап перетворення на екологічно безпечну систему.
So we all understand that the construction of new safety confinement is only the first step to make it really environmentally safe.
І потрібно вилучити ці матеріали з об'єкту укриття, упакувати їх в контейнери і розмістити ці контейнери в спеціально створеного сховища.
So we have to take out these materials, put them in the protective containers, and transport to the storage, the proper storage.
Саме на цих роботах повинні бути зосереджені зусилля України і всього міжнародного співтовариства.
So to solve these issues, we have to bring Ukrainian scientists together with the international community.
Час, коли перший контейнер з ядерними матеріалами буде видалений з території об'єкту укриття, стане реальною точкою відліку його дійсного перетворення на екологічно безпечну систему.
So the first container with the nuclear materials inside that will be removed from the safety confinement area to the storage facility will be really the starting point of making this new safety confinement safe.
Саме про такий підхід з усіх міжнародних трибун наукові співробітники намагаються переконати громадськість.
This is the message that all scientists are telling to general public as well as politicians from since the construction of the confinement.
Дякую за
That's
увагу.
all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Так. Питання таке, про українську буде. Після окупації ви вивчали ситуацію на об'єкту укриття. Чи були спроби якогось втручання з боку агресорів саме в таких відцінних небезпечних місцях? Чи ви? Ні. I will ask question. After the occupation, when you return back to the shelter, did you see any attempt of the Russian army to make some intrusion into some risky places of the shelter?
Ні, на об'єкт нашого дослідження там вони нічого не пошкодили.
The answer is no. They in the safety confinement interest so the area of our interest in the new safety confinement they couldn't do anything.
Дякую. Я хочу передати цю книжку, ми випустили. Це об'єкт укриття в умовах нового безпечного вже конфайнменту.
The title is the shelter of the Chernobyl nuclear reactor within the framework of new safety confinement.
Тут всі наукові дослідження, які ми виконали в умовах вже накриття об'єкту укриття.
After was done, that was done as a result of the new safety confinement.
Present нам
And the thing about
здесь
Thank you.
I just plug into the
Before Professor Smith started, I would like to say that the first time I met Chernobyl Professor Smith, when he was student, was here 90, some time ago. So he had a very big experience of the study. He first time come to the Chernobyl zone in the middle of 90s, and all this period he supports Ukraine and does for war and finishes protocols in Germany.
Thank you, Mark. So, yeah, UK and Western European scientists have been working in the Chernobyl zone more or less since 1990. And I think in that time we've learned a lot about the movement and effects of radioactivity. And I think we've learned more from our Ukrainian colleagues than we have from our own studies. When we first came to Chernobyl, we thought we Western experts would teach the Ukrainians some things, but actually it was the other way around. And so we've learned much in the last 30 years, and we, UK scientists, we want to keep coming to Ukraine to keep learning. And I think I'm going to talk about a recent project that we've had, which started in 2012. And I want to emphasise what I think is the importance to the global world, the global community of studies in the Chernobyl exclusion zone. Because Chernobyl and Fukushima is something which has really changed the course of history, not just in the Soviet Union and Japan, but in terms of our understanding of energy and our response to climate change. I think that many of the problems we have in Western Europe with energy now are due to a fundamental misunderstanding of nuclear power and nuclear accidents. And so what we have learned and what we will learn in the Chernobyl exclusion zone and in Fukushima is of global importance, and we scientists have to go out and explain to people what we have found in Chernobyl. So I will talk about a project that we had in the UK that was funded by our Natural Environment Research Council, working with many UK universities as well as our Ukrainian colleagues at Centrum, at the National Academy of Sciences, at the Institute of Hydrometeorology, and many others. And we've used the Chernobyl zone as a test bed, as an experimental site to learn about the behaviour of biosphere movement of radionuclides in the environment in the long term, the transfers to foodstuffs and to wildlife, and the effects of radiation on wildlife at Chernobyl. And I will give a brief overview of this project and show some results. So we had a project which was studying the biogeochemical process of behaviour of radionuclides in soil plant systems, looking at new approaches to estimate, instead of just using simple concentration ratios, to try and classify organisms according to their uptake of radionuclides, so we can make better estimates of how radionuclides move into both foodstuffs and wildlife across a huge range of organisms. We've been looking at exposure of wildlife under field conditions and the mechanisms of biological effects of radiation on organisms. So one of the things we wanted to do was take another look at the standard use of concentration ratios. So we see books like ICRP, IAEA 472, which has handbook of parameter values for the transfer of radionuclides from soil to plant, and this has hundreds of different plant types, but it can't encompass the whole range of plant types that there are in the environment. So we were trying to use phylogenetic approaches, so using novel mechanisms of looking at the evolutionary development of organisms in order to classify them into different categories for different levels of concentration ratio of cesium, strontium and iodine. And this is important for the UK because we need to make prospective dose assessments for biosphere movement of radionuclides across a huge range of potential organisms and foodstuffs. So we've developed new models based on the phylogeny and the taxonomy of organisms in order to improve our predictions of the concentration ratio and therefore improve our predictions of radiation dose across a very wide range of organisms. Because we nearly need to cover almost the whole periodic table when we do biosphere dose assessments. So we need to look at transfer of carbon-14, of iodine, of technetium, of strontium, of cesium, all these different elements, and we only have measured concentration ratios for a very small fraction of those plants and those radionuclides. So our aim is to develop, and we have developed for cesium, strontium and iodine, improved methods of prediction of concentration ratios for plants and isotopes for which we don't have available measurement data. So that's one of the work, and that wasn't done by me, it was done by my colleague at the University of the West of England, Neil Willey, who's an expert in phylogeny, in the evolutionary development of plants. We've also looked at wildlife exposure in the Red Forest and areas around that. And we've been looking at how wildlife get radiation doses. So this looks at a wide range of the ICRP reference animals and plants, and looks at, this was done by Nick Beresford and Mike Wood at the Centre for Ecology and Hydrology and the University of Salford, looking at the contributors to dose for different classes of organisms. Mike Wood at Salford University has also looked at wildlife exposure, and he's used novel methods of attaching dosimeters to animals to study what dose they're getting in their natural environment. And he planned to do this in the Chernobyl zone, but in the end, for military reasons, he didn't get the permission to have these tags which are satellite tracked, and so he did it in Norway and attached dosimeters to reindeer which were linked to GPS to study how the reindeer use the environment and to calculate their dose. We've also looked at radiation effects on wildlife, and in Belarus and Ukraine, ever since about 1989, scientists and people have known that there are lots of animals at Chernobyl. It's something that's very obvious. But in Western Europe and the US, people didn't know that. People believed that the Chernobyl exclusion zone was a radioactive wasteland without any life. This was the popular image. And their beliefs were affected by some bad science that was done in Chernobyl. So, for example, this is some work by Professors Anders Moller and Tim Mousseau, one in Paris and the other in South Carolina University, and they are claiming that insects are reducing in population at Chernobyl at dose rates which are less than the UK natural background radiation. This is published. Many of us, we scientists, we know that this isn't true, but journalists, they don't know that. They see this in a scientific paper and they believe it and they write headlines that insects, the most radio-resistant organisms, are dying at dose rates of less than 1 micrograde per hour. So we know it isn't true, but we have to prove it. And so part of the work we were doing was to study animals at Chernobyl, and we did lots of studies to say, here is the evidence that there are lots of animals at Chernobyl. And so one of the things that we did was we worked with our colleagues in Belarus to analyse some snow track data. So these green lines are routes that the Belarusian scientists walk after a fresh snowfall in the winter, and they count the mammal numbers and their types across these routes. And so we, together with our colleagues Tom Hinton and Jim Beasley in the US, we reconstructed the radiation dose on these routes. And so what we were trying to see is there the same density of mammals in the more contaminated areas compared to the less contaminated areas? And we found that we couldn't see a difference. And this is something that if we understand radiobiology and all the work that has been done since Marie Curie on radiobiology, then this is obvious. But it's not obvious to most people in the world. And so we had to prove it. And this is what's really important about doing such studies in Chernobyl, is that we say that we go to Chernobyl and we can't find serious effects on wildlife. This is a really important message for the world. And so we looked at 15 species of mammals and we couldn't see a relationship between radiation and mammal density. And then we asked the question, is this a nature reserve? And so we call it a nature reserve, but is it? And so we did, fortunately, our Belarusian colleagues, and I can't take too much credit for this because they did a lot of the basic experimental work for this. So our Belarusian colleagues, in different nature reserves, they count the mammal densities. And so we compared the mammal densities of elk, red deer, roe deer, wild boar and wolf between the Polessia State Radioecological Reserve, or Chernobyl, and other nature reserves in Belarus. And we couldn't see a difference. The only difference we saw was that the wolf density was 7 times higher in Chernobyl than in other nature reserves in Belarus. And this is not because the radiation is good for wolves, but because there's less hunting pressure. The Chernobyl area in Belarus is more strongly policed for hunting than other nature reserves in Belarus. And this is a really important message, because people need to understand that even the world's worst nuclear accident hasn't significantly damaged the environment. It has had, we know, very serious social and economic and in some cases health effects on people, but it hasn't damaged the environment. So that's just a flavour. We've done lots of studies, including looking at fish in the cooling pond and more genetic studies, but that's just a flavour of what we've done. My colleagues, Nick Beres for the Centre for Ecology and Hydrology and Mike Wood have also been doing work on the response to forest fires in Chernobyl. And one of the things they did was look at plots which they'd studied for soil invertebrates before the fire. This is the 2016 fire in the Red Forest. So they had been studying plots of soil organisms in the Red Forest before the fire. And then when the fire happened, they could go back and study those same plots and see the effect of the fire and the radiation on those soil organisms. And so, what did they find? Well, they found it's obvious that fire has a very significant effect on soil organisms, and it takes time to recover from that. But they also found that they couldn't see an effect on the soil organisms of the radiation, even in the red forest. And so we can conclude something else very obvious, which is that fire has a much bigger effect on soil organisms than radiation. And this is important for people in Western Europe and the US to understand, because whenever there's we have to understand in Chernobyl what the real threats are. And we all think in Western Europe and the US that the big threat to the environment is radiation, and it isn't. Of course, it's obvious, it's forest fire. But these obvious messages are things that we can really help teach people by studies at Chernobyl, and that's why we think they're so important. So, if we can, we would love to keep working in the exclusion zone on continuing to test biosphere models for nuclear waste disposal, measuring exposure and effects on wildlife, long-term migration of radionuclides, some of which are similar to, for example, iodine. It's similar to what we have for nuclear waste disposal, and it's really useful to study it in iodine. It's hard, but it's useful to study iodine in the environment at Chernobyl. And Chernobyl has become internationally known as an accidental experiment in rewilding. So rewilding in Western Europe and the US is a really important consideration at the moment, because people are thinking, how can we restore ecosystems? And Chernobyl is an example of how to restore an ecosystem more or less by not doing anything. And in ecological circles, it's become a kind of important story about how you can restore nature to landscapes. And of course, fire risks and impact of fire on wildlife is an important ongoing issue. So that's my presentation. So this is why I'm here, and why I've been studying Chernobyl for 30 years and visiting Ukraine as many times as I can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the last presentation of this session, Professor Masowski, is a presentation. We invite next presentation. It was totally about Chernobyl, and I asked Professor Masowski now not to return to the question of the nuclear confinement and so on, because we have limited time, but let me also say about another nuclear risk object in Ukraine, such as the Zaporizhzhia, other nuclear power plant, Kharkiv, and so on, without Chernobyl.
Есть на флешке то ссылка. А, есть.
So just you have to tolerate my translation one more time. And I just want to say that the title in the program is slightly different. So Investigation of Russian nuclear terrorism in Ukraine. That's the title of the presentation. So it's much more direct. So you can see on the first slide.
Після аварії на Чорнобильській станції в Україні та Фукушима в Японії науковці та інженери зробили, то впровадили практичну діяльність програми підвищення безпеки рівня атомних станцій.
After the nuclear disasters of Chernobyl in 1986 and Fukushima in 2011, the scientists and engineers have implemented new safety regulations and ways to protect or to prevent such to happen in the future.
І метою цих розробок було запобігти причинам подібних аварій.
The main objective was to prevent such accidents to happen.
При проведенні аналізу безпеки ядерних об'єктів фахівці оцінюють всі причини виникнення аварій, навіть падіння літака, але не військові дії.
In such nuclear disasters, the panels of scientists and engineers, they evaluate all possible causes that may result in the nuclear disaster, even including the whole of the airplanes on the nuclear reactor, except military actions in the outplant.
Атомні станції та інші ядерні об'єкти є мирним у використанні ядерної енергії і не предназначені для бойових дій, не повинні піддаватись військовому нападу.
Nuclear power plant sites are the safe zone that military interventions or any military fighting should not be happening.
Своїми діями пов'язані з обстрілом захватом ядерних об'єктів на Чорнобильській атомній станції, Запорізькій атомній станції, бомбардуванням дослідницької ядерної установки джерело нейтронів у місті Харкові. Російська Федерація порушила всі світові принципи ядерної безпеки.
The actions of Russian Federation to capture the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, the occupying the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, as well as artillery bombardment of the research reactor in Kharkiv, has created the unprecedented new reality of nuclear terrorism by Russian Federation.
Вже 24 лютого була окупована Чорнобильська атомна станція, чиї ядерні об'єкти зони відчуження.
From February 24th, the Chernobyl nuclear power plant and all the nuclear objects were occupied by the Russian invasion.
Під час окупації військових дій відбулося аварійне знеструмлення всіх ядерних об'єктів на майданчику Чорнобильської станції.
During the occupation, all the electric power was cut, and no electricity was supplied to the station.
Протягом першого місяця війни підрозділи російської армії постійно перебували в зоні відчуження, виконуючи її як тилову військову базу.
The first months of the invasion, Russian military forces utilized the Chernobyl exclusion zone and the site Chernobyl nuclear power plant site as the military supply or resupply operation.
І тільки 31 березня російський окупант покинув територію Чорнобильської станції.
The Chernobyl nuclear power plant site was liberated from March 31st this year.
6 березня 22 року під обстріл попала дослідницька ядерна установка джерело нейтронів, яка розташована на майданчику Національного наукового центру в місті Харкові.
So here you can see that on the 6th of March, the direct hit by missiles were destroying the research reactor in Kharkiv. That's shown in this picture.
У результаті бомбардування була зруйнована електрична підстанція, пошкоджені системи охолодження, основна будівля і таке інше.
So during this missile or artillery attacks, the substation, the electric power substation was destroyed, the cooling system was destroyed, the building infrastructure was damaged, well, except luckily not nuclear reactor itself.
В ході бойових дій 4 березня місто Заградар на майданчик Запорізької станції атомній було захоплено російськими військовими.
The 4th of March, the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant site, as well as Nervodar city, was occupied by the Russian invaders.
Російські загарбники зруйнували фізичний периметр Запорізької станції.
So they ruined the physical, I guess, walls and some kind of.
На територію станції увійшли близькі сотні одиниць ворожої техніки та 500 російських озброєних військових.
So they came to the nuclear power plant site, the original nuclear power of land site with, how many tanks? 500?
500.
500 heavy machinery, tanks, trucks, and many men as well.
Поруч з майданчиком Запорізької станції росіяни розташували важку техніку, а боєкомплект зберігають поруч з енергоблоком.
So the heavy machinery, so they place the heavy machinery right next to the reactors of the operation of the power plant.
Російські війська безпосередньо близькі до енергоблоків здійснили підрив боєприпасів, які не взривалися під час обстрілу майданчика.
So they also did very dangerous activities of blowing up rockets that were not exploded in the site of near the reactor site.
Внаслідок обстрілу пошкоджено військові лінії електропередачі.
So due to this artillery shelling, the electricity and power supply was damaged.
Ракети влучили по майданчику Запорізької станції поруч зі станційним сухим сховищем відпрацьованого ядерного
Artillery rockets were hit dangerously close to the dry storage facility of nuclear waste.
Росіяни не приховують своїх планів і вже відкрито шантажують весь світ, заявляючи про замінування Запорізької станції та готовність її підірвати.
Russian vendors did not hide their plans, and they are openly saying about potential explosion due to the terrorist actions on the nuclear power plant.
19 вересня російські війська здійснили ракетний обстріл південно-української атомної станції.
Also, there was a missile attack on the southern nuclear power plant.
Потужний вибух стався всього за 200 метрів від реакторів атомної станції.
The huge rocket explosion happened only 300 meters away from the nuclear reactor.
Всі ці приклади показують, що Російська Федерація ігнорує міжнародне право на використання та використовує ядерний тероризм, втручаючись в управління безпекою атомної станції, свідомо руйнуючи фізичні бар'єри ядерних об'єктів.
All these activities of Russian invaders demonstrate once more time that Russian Federation ignores all the international laws, regulations, and put the threat of nuclear terrorism on the table.
В подібних випадках важлива роль відводиться міжнародній спільноті, яка повинна задіяти всі механізми задля припинення актів ядерного тероризму.
So the main role is now belongs to international community to prevent Russian Federation for conducting nuclear terrorism.
А також виведення військових з ядерного об'єкту.
As well as demilitarize the nuclear power plant sites as according to the international agreements and regulations.
Генеральний директор МАГАТЕ Росії,
The International Atomic Energy Agency
виступив заявою, в якої висловив чергову глибоку стурбованість обстрілом Запорізької атомної станції та наголосив про необхідність надіслати на Запорізьку станцію місію МАГАТЕ.
So he has expressed deep concerns regarding the operation of the power plant situation and dispatched the IAEA mission to the nuclear power plant.
Така місія відбулася і результати всі відомі.
So the mission has happened and we all know the result of that.
Але з початку війни МАГАТЕ, як і багато інших міжнародних організацій, на жаль, обмежувалась лише стурбованими зверненнями до світової спільноти і не вказували на провину єдиного виконавця цих подій Російської Федерації як терористичну державу.
However, we all know that the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, have only expressed concerns to the international community as not determined the main wrongdoer, Russian Federation, who did the acts of nuclear terrorism.
Як ми всі розуміємо, цього замало.
As we all know, this is not enough.
Засудили і висловили незапокоєність, всі ці гасла на країну агресора не діють.
So the populism will not work of making great concerns, making the populistic statement will not work with Russian Federation.
Повинні бути жорстокі дії.
So we have to make concrete and
Потрібно закликати всі країни та міжнародні організації визнати Російську Федерацію країною ядерним тероризмом.
So there should be an option by the international community and many countries in the world to recognize the Russian Federation as a nuclear terrorist.
Повинно обмежити доступ Російської Федерації до новітніх ядерних технологій.
The Russian Federation should be limited to the new nuclear technologies and development.
А також виключити Російську Федерацію, а також всіх представників Росії з органів управління міжнародними організаціями.
And to remove representatives of Russian Federation from all international organizations and committees that they are currently participating in.
Не пішла стороною війна і нашим спільним.
So our exit was also impacted by the war, as you all know.
Наукові дослідні лабораторії інституту є єдиним у світі, які могли досліджувати комплексні наукові проблеми ядерної операційної безпеки щодо виду, що виникали на аварійних об'єктах атомної енергетики.
Our unique laboratories that could conduct comprehensive assessment of radionuclide research were destroyed during the occupation.
У нас є лабораторії, які досліджують всі ці аспекти.
So our laboratories have the capacity to study all these aspects.
Виконання досліджень за науковими напрямками здійснювалось завдяки існуванню в структурі інституту всіх спеціалізованих лабораторій.
This was possible because we have a comprehensive network of equipment and as well as the coordination between various institutes.
Це радіохімія, це спектрометрія, це матеріалознавство,
radioactivity and material science.
Я хочу продемонструвати, що трапилося з цими лабораторіями.
I will show you what happened to these laboratories.
Вхідні двері в будинках та майже всіх лабораторних приміщень пошкоджені, дверні замки зламано, більшість вікон будівель розбита,
building structures were compromised.
всі металеві сейфи, замки зламано,
Safety boxes were opened.
більшість унікального наукового обладнання лабораторного розграбовано та знищено російськими мародерами. Вкрадені системні блоки, комп'ютерні сервери, фототехніка.
All the office equipment, PCs and servers were looted.
У всіх комп'ютерних станціях, що залишились в лабораторії, було вкрадено металічні плати, жорсткий диск.
So what you see in the pictures, this PC desktops are lacking motherboards, hard drives, and other small things that were looted by Russian invaders.
Складається враження, що мародерам було поставлено завдання зібрати інформацію про наукові дослідження інституту.
It almost looks like that marauders were tasked to collect all possible information about the ongoing research of nuclear activities in Ukraine.
Пограбовані гаражі з автомобільною технікою.
All the vehicles that were the premises in this on the premises were stolen. See here.
Ці всі номери було знято з транспортних засобів і всі вивезено до Білорусі.
All these numbers, so when they stole the vehicles, they put the numbers from the vehicle, leave it on the ground, and take the vehicles to the Belarusian border.
В лабораторії знаходились джерела іонізуючого випромінювання та зразки паливо-міцних матеріалів з об'єкту життя.
The laboratory had the samples of radioactive materials as well as the sources of the radiation.
Вони знаходились зачинені в певних спеціальних приміщеннях під знаком радіаційної небезпеки.
They were properly stored in the facilities with the radioactive warning signs, but those were also looted.
Так ці приміщення так і залишились невідкритими.
Absolutely. So вони не розграбували. I'm sorry, so they were not looted, so they remained intact.
Це теж вказує на те, що в лабораторіях мародерили не прості солдати, а люди, які мають досвід радіаційної безпеки.
This demonstrates that those facilities to store radioactive materials were not simply looted by the soldiery, but people who had understanding about the radiation, and maybe were some involvement with the Secret Service of the Russian Federation.
Співробітники інституту докладають зусиль, щоб донести інформацію про зруйнування і коригування наукових лабораторій до своїх колег.
So our colleagues, our institute and our colleagues are trying to share this information with many scientists, friends and scientific communities as much as possible.
З проханням надати технічну і фінансову допомогу щодо їх відновлення.
And we are pleading for your support to solve these destroyed facilities and issues.
Ми розуміємо, що державний бюджет України це непростий час не спрямований на вирішення питань охорони нашої держави, а після перемоги будуть не менш важливі речі, які пов'язані з відновленням інфраструктури країни.
So we understand the difficult times of allocating the Ukrainian budget to support military actions, and we will wait for the win or the victory of Ukraine on the battlefield to continue our activities afterwards.
Тому ми розуміємо, що фінансування науки буде відбуватися в останню чергу.
So we understand that the science, the funding of scientific activities regarding radiation will be last in line.
Тому ми створили благодійний фонд під назвою Чорнобильський науковий фонд з ядерної безпеки.
So we have created a new fundraising account to call Chernobyl Nuclear Safety Science Fund.
Президія Національної академії підтримала створення цього фонду.
This was supported by the National Academy of Science of Ukraine.
Президент Академії наук Анатолій Загородній звернувся листом до світової наукової спільноти.
The President of National Academy of Science, Mr. Zagorodny, has wrote a letter to appeal to the international scientific community.
Щодо надання допомоги для відновлення будівель, лабораторії і офісного обладнання в місті
To
Чорнобиль.
seek support, international support for recovering the equipment, restoring the infrastructure of the laboratories to resume normal operation.
Тому, користуючись нагодою, я звертаюся до світової наукової спільноти та небайдужих благодійників надати допомогу нашому інституту.
So I will use this opportunity to again thank for all the support and also request for additional support to this fund for the issue that I was discussing earlier.
Ми віримо, що скоро настане перемога,
We all believe that the victory will be soon,
і ми будемо знову виконувати дослідження і отримувати нові знання.
we will restart our activities for gaining new scientific findings, conducting scientific research and new findings will come soon. And
Дякую всім за увагу.
thank you very much for your attention.
Co-author with presentation, it's Instituto
І продовжує виконувати свої функції з нагляду за станом безпеки і центру зв'язку з МАГАТЕ, іншими міжнародними організаціями.
I'm the representative of the nuclear safety inspection, and our organization continues to represent its functions on controlling.
Інформацію можна знайти на сайті про нас.
You can read the information about our enterprise on the internet site.
На прохання організаторів конференції декілька слів про оцінку радіаційних ризиків у зв'язку з окупацією ядерних установок в Україні.
So now a few words as for the risks of the nuclear accident.
Україна має велику ядерну програму мирного використання ядерної енергії.
Ukraine has a big program on safety use of nuclear energy.
Атомні станції, які знаходяться на підконтрольних Україні території, продовжують забезпечувати теплом і світлом населення України і промисловість.
So nuclear stations which we have on the territory of Ukraine, they continue to support our territory with electricity.
І сьогодні міжнародна увага прикута до Запорізької станції, найбільш потужна атомна станція в Європі, яка з 4 березня є окупована військами Російської Федерації.
And now the whole attention of the whole world is cut to the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, which is the most powerful power plant in the Europe.
Міжнародному співтовариству ще предстоїть оцінити ризики, які пов'язані з повномасштабною війною на об'єкти мирного використання ядерної енергії, але декілька пунктів, топіків до вашої уваги з погляду регулятора.
So the world is now on its way. The world only starts to make the assessment of the risks of the of potential nuclear accidents on the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. But our organization as a regulator can provide some risks right now.
Якими факторами є непередбачуваність і неадекватність? Значить, це є, основним фактором є зовнішні впливи, які дуже важко оцінити.
So the main factors are the external influences, of which it is really difficult to do the assessment of these risks.
Це не внутрішні порушники, які неадекватні і непередбачувані, тобто це обманки.
Internal violators, they are not adequate, and we cannot also assess their behavior.
Це повне знеструмлення ядерних установок внаслідок пошкодження ліній електропередач і розвиток сценаріїв по Фукусімському сценарію.
So this is the loss of power supply for our own needs, and probably we can have the
сценарію Фукусіми.
Yeah, probably we can have the Fukushima scenario.
І це неможливість вчасно реагувати внаслідок руйнації дорог, зв'язку, ліній електропередач, комунікації і інше.
And we have no opportunity to react immediately because of the destruction of the infrastructure, of the roads, of communication, of logistics.
І повне нехтування відомими фундаментальними принципами безпеки.
Also we can observe the violation of the international agency main principles.
Генеральний директор МАГАТЕ озвучив і продовжує озвучувати 7 основних стовпів безпеки, які сторони, навіть воюючі, мають дотримуватись.
The director of international agency
7 стовпів, він називає.
Has produced us 7 main rules, so which the whole world need to keep.
Насамперед це збереження цілісності ядерних об'єктів, підтримка логістики, радіаційний моніторинг, аварійна готовність і важливість персоналу виконувати свої завдання також є серед цих основних стовпів безпеки.
First of all, this is the physical integrity of the nuclear facilities. Then this is safety of security systems and equipment, which should be fully functional at all times. And then this is operating staff must be able to fulfill their safety and security duties, and to have the capacity to make decisions and to be free under the pressure. And then this is the we need to have the uninterrupted logistical supply chains and transportation to the sites.
І останній принцип – це можливість комунікації оператора з регулюючим органом.
Also we need to have the opportunity to communicate with the operator.
Відповідно до протоколів Женевських конвенцій, воюючі сторони не повинні вести бойові дії навколо атомних станцій і гідроелектростанцій.
According to the protocols of Geneva Convention, the parties of the war they are not allowed to have the war actions on the territories of the sites of nuclear power plants.
Російська Федерація нехтувала цим міжнародним документом.
Of course, Russian Federation violated this document.
І перетворила Запорізьку станцію за всіма принципами ядерного тероризму в такий об'єкт, з якого вона збиралась диктувати світу свої вимоги.
And the Russian Federation made from the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant like a shelter for itself and implemented its attacks.
За оцінками місії МАГАТЕ, більшість цих принципів, 7 принципів безпеки станом на початок вересня були порушені.
According to the international agency assessment, most of these 7 principles were violated by the Russian Federation.
А радіаційний моніторинг, ви бачите такий світлофор зелений, червоний, тобто він або працює, або вимикається внаслідок обстрілів і руйнування.
So radiation monitoring, you can see it is marked in red and yellow colors. So it works from time to time. Sometimes it's switch on and sometimes it's...
Для відслідковування всіх цих ситуацій дешатмежування цілодобово працює інформаційно-призовний центр, який в режимі 24/7 підтримує зв'язок з оператором навіть на окупованій Запорізькій станції.
In order to implement the monitoring functions, the crisis center, on the basis of state inspection, works 24 hours and 7 days in order to implement the monitoring functions and have the contact with the incident and emergency center.
І підтримує зв'язок з широким колом організацій в Європі, Америці, Японії для того, щоб фахівці мали можливість відслідковувати, що відбувається і які ризики ці події можуть нести.
Also, we are in a good contact with other international organizations and in order to do the information exchange.
Для вашої уваги приклади просто нашої оперативної взаємодії в перші часи окупації разом з норвезьким регулюючим органом в реальних погодних умовах були оцінені відстані і напрями можливого перенесення радіоактивних хмари у разі, якщо аварія трапилася в перший день захоплення.
So this is the example of our information exchange with our international partners, and here is the forecasting of the radioactivity cloud, and it's
Тут порівняння моделі Джерудас і в коді Argos, яким користуються наші норвезькі колеги.
Here we have the comparison of Argos and Rodos models.
Наша організація науково-технічної підтримки ДНЦ ЄРП щоденно робить прогнозні розрахунки напрямок руху повітряних мас з використанням європейської системи Rodos.
Our enterprise, in connection with other scientific enterprises, makes the forecasting model daily.
Ми не кожен день публікуємо ці розрахунки, але ми їх маємо, і коли суспільний інтерес набуває такого пікових значень, наприклад, у зв'язку з неструмленням або у зв'язку з обстрілом, на нашому сайті з відповідними посиланнями розміщуємо найбільш такі ілюстративні прогнози поширення повітряних мас.
We have these models, we do them daily, but we do not publish it every day, just from time to time when we have the high interest.
В різних погодних умовах результати оцінки і прогнозу можуть бути різними, і на цьому слайді ви бачите, що рекомендації для йодної профілактики для дітей за критеріями України можуть досягати сотні кілометрів.
So because of the different weather conditions, the recommendations of course can be different from time to time, and we propose the recommendation as for iodine.
Також виникло питання у тому, що Запорізька станція знаходиться на березі Каховського водосховища, і можливо вплив радіоактивних компонентів на водну поверхню водосховища і вплив на перенесення водними шляхами.
Запорізька nuclear power plant is located close to the Kakhovska water storage, and of course it can be influenced by the contamination, by the water contamination.
Кожен день моделі, побудовані ДНЦ, верифікуються з розробником і підтримувачем системи Rodos Karlsruhe Інститут технологій, і я щиро вдячна присутнім тут колегам з цього інституту за щоденні консультації, інтерпретації, порівняння результатів і вибір моделі для найбільш придатної для оцінки наслідків авіаційного.
We produce these models daily, every day, and every day we have the contact with suppliers, with development of this program. They give us consultations and recommendations. I want to thank them for their support.
Тобто ця робота для нас стала рутинною, і будь-який проміжок часу ми можемо знати, куди дує вітер і що нам загрожує.
So this is our daily routine work, and we can have the forecast for any day.
Так само оцінює потенційний вплив експлуатуюча організація, і на цьому слайді приклад, який побудована Рівненська станція з використанням моделі Діпкод і за сценарієм найбільшого викиду для рівня ІНЕС з повною руйнацією активної зони і складування.
So here we have the Dipcot model, which shows us the forecast in case of the biggest of the huge exposure.
Це не є залякуванням, це є демонстрацією того, що події на Запорізькій станції можуть охоплювати значні території і мати вплив як на схід, так і на захід, в залежності від погодних умов.
we do not want you to be afraid of this situation, but we need to be realistic, and we show these models in order to forecast which territories can be affected in case of the emergency situation.
Якою би не була точною наша модель, вона має бути підтверджена безпосередніми вимірюваннями.
Of course, any our model need to be confirmed by the measurements.
Автоматизована система радіаційного контролю Запорізької станції досі працює, але вона зазнає пошкоджень внаслідок артилерійських і ракетних обстрілів. І частково ви бачите фіолетові датчики, це ті, з якими втрачено зв'язок.
Radiation monitoring system is still active in the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, but because of the war conditions, some of these indicators group 1, they are damaged.
Відновлення роботи датчиків в зоні 30-кілометровій зоні спостереження пов'язане з ризиком для життя персоналу Запорізької станції, і ми максимально заповнюємо інформаційні втрати шляхом обміну інформацією з мережею гідрометцентру і з посиленням мережі спостережень гідрометцентра датчиками з автономним живленням, супутниковим каналом зв'язку, особливо по правому березі, для того, щоб тримати зв'язок і мати уявлення, що відбувається навколо Запорізької станції.
We are in close contact with other institutions like Ukrainian Hydrological Center.
Для контролю ситуації.
Just for do the monitoring course to control the situation. So we are in big contact.
На думку фахівців, найбільш екстремальні підскакування значень гамма-фону пов'язані або з електромагнітними імпульсами, або безпосередньо прильотами в районах застосування датчиків артилерійських снарядів.
The most higher levels of the radioactive contamination we can receive in the places of the as a result of the war accidents.
Для регулювання безпеки використання ядерної енергії також є виклик військової умови. Ми втратили свою інспекцію на майданчику Запорізької станції, тобто вони не працюють сьогодні.
Of course, we have problems because of the war. We lose our inspection of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant.
І в консультації з регуляторами інших країн ми приймали дуже важке рішення про зупинку експлуатації комішенів першого і другого енергоблоків Запорізької станції після того, як в приміщенні них були введена військова техніка Російської Федерації.
So we discussed the situation with other regulators of other countries, and we wanted to take a decision to stop operating of the first and second blocks after the Russian forces came there.
На сьогоднішній день всі 6 блоків приведені в найбільш безпечні умови настільки, наскільки це можливо, тобто вони знаходяться в стані холодної зупинки, вони відімкнуті від мережі, від електромережі України і не видають туди електроенергію, але вони живляться до цього часу з електромережі української, і в разі втрати такого живлення вони вмикають свої дизель-генератори на дуже обмежену кількість часу.
So now all 6 blocks they are cut off from the electricity, and just in case if we need to have this power supply, we can use the diesel generators.
Про джерело нейтронів професор Носовський розповідав. Інша установка знаходиться в Харкові, це також є картинки реагування. Крім ядерних установок, це кількість джерел іонізуючого промінювання, які залишились на окупованих територіях, і стан, який також буде потребувати оцінці.
So this is the number of sources of ionizing radiation which is still remaining in our territory.
Короткі підсумки. Мирне використання ядерної енергії і війна є несумісними поняттями.
As for the conclusions, nuclear energy is the object of peaceful use.
Радіаційний моніторинг є важливим фактором оцінки безпеки до, під час військових дій і після них.
Radiation monitoring is the great and the most important factor in assessing the situation before the war and after the war.
Сучасні технології обміну інформацією, використанням супутникового зв'язку є основою наших знань про те, що відбувається.
So modern technologies using the satellite information, they are very important for us now.
І в умовах окупації на плечі персоналу лягає питання забезпечення ядерної безпеки. Тобто ядерна безпека знаходиться в руках нашого українського професійного.
So nuclear safety is the main task for the personnel who is still active on the sites.
Пропозиція щодо подальшої співпраці.
Some proposals for future
Велика вдячність всім тим організаціям в Україні, в світі, які нас підтримують в цей час.
We want to thank all the organizations in the world which supported us in such a difficult times.
OZE Organization, тому що нас так слухає. Фокусів стоїть? OZE Organization. Але є Japanese Other Energy Organization. Так, так. Дякую.
Okay, so now we need to be outside the time of our schedule, but we have now time with full break. And I ask you to be quick, please. 10 minutes.
No, tam już się będzie. Niech czeka, co może być. Ja rozumiem, ja zwróciłem się do Państwa do 17.
A później jeszcze jakąś dłuższą, żeby naczynia.
Przerwa będzie na lunch. No chyba zaczyna się, no mniej więcej już ktoś. Proszę po prostu zerknąć. Proszę na e-mail. Na mnie, знайдемо, що вчора Ні, це моя прошу. Ви на секретаріаті? На флешці немає? Так, Поліна Павловна, ще раз. Все скачалось. Все, дякую. Я сейчас смотрю презентацию, это на больше мы сейчас их скопируем, потом ваши. So today. Если можешь еще раз. Где туда есть? Сэм Джак PDF есть. PDF. Зwiększ? Zaraz, tak. Jeszcze. O, zwiększę. Сэм Яб Укр 2000. To na jutro, tak? To na dziś. Polanki. Okej. A który to jest numer? Proszę powiedzieć teraz. Tutaj wszystko mamy. 1. To będzie na jutro. Nie, to nie komplikuje w żadnym razie. Mamy tutaj 18. To PowerPoint. To samo jest. Ja myślę, że tak. No bez PowerPointu będzie lepiej, bo slajdy. Bo ja mam jakieś jeszcze problem. Coś mam problem z tym PowerPointem, nie rozumiem dlaczego. Ja wezmę 2, tam Dobrze, jaki to jest?
Сейчас есть это не важно.
You shouldn't keep your
Треба обидва, так? Добре, зараз. Алло, привет, я нашел его здесь, так что все, уже не ищи, да, извини. Короче, давай, едем.
I will open it up to get
Wait, or they can. Do you need to be this? I don't agree. No, actually, I brought like a suitcase this size. Yeah. Maybe I'll say Повисло это?
Да нет, есть кофе-брейк. Да, я же собираю файлы презентации.
Maybe you should sit next to it. Otherwise, it's kind of like too official. Not too fast. And wait. Thank you. Here. Okay, shake your hands. Good job. Nice. Thank you. I'll show you.
Ja może zapięciaty z syndromu? Albo jakaś na e-mail, jak przekazać, jak on wróci. Jeśli chcesz znać, to już jak Дякуємо. Є онлайн, це як фішка, а є WhatsApp. WhatsApp є, окей, зараз подивіться, як ви знайдете добавили. А, от ми це я вам а от є цей. Все, sorry.
We will start now the next section. So please come here and take pen. Session number 1 of the Я вам еще раз. So, first will be a presentation on
So you're the moderator?
So the first speaker is somebody that has to be talking to something.
Давай тогда то со светом. Можно светом?
Hello, I'm Stone Kanasashi. I'm project member of Centrum. But sorry, I'm not chemistry groups. But today I'm talking about chemical analysis of radionuclides in internal group click bond instead of chemistry groups. Today's topics are three. Inventory map of radionuclides in bottom sediments from western small pond of cooling pond. New extraction methods for strontium-19 from the environmental samples. And chemical analysis of iodine 129 in the cooling pond. So chemistry group intensively sampled the western territory cooling pond after drawdown. As both of water covered area and terrestrial area. And they observed inventory of radionuclides with good spatial resolution in the bottom sediments. So, Could you delete this part?
Who is sharing?
Thank you. I continue. This is the inventory map, and inventory was very heterogeneous, from less than 700 kilobecquerel per square meter to 12 megabecquerel per square meter. So despite the small area, the depth profile of radionuclides were also varied greatly depending on the locations. So in the site 18, there was a peak at 15 centimeters, and probably it is a peak. It is recorded at the time of the accident, and at the site 20, concentrations tend to increase up to 100 centimeters. On the other hand, site 5 and site 7, the highest concentration are found in the surface. So the detailed CS distribution is now being analyzed for and americium, strontium, and plutonium is also. And next topic, they tried to extract soluble strontium-19 using ion techniques. Solid phase extraction. SPE is a sample preparation technique used for the extraction of analytes from a complex matrix. They have compared strontium extraction from soil using biodegradable SPE, GLDA, and HIBS. Also, these are unbiodegradable materials. This could be used to simplify the measurement method and possibly for remediation. This is a result of strontium-19 extraction rate and calcium, barium, and yttrium, and for SPE materials and control. So strontium ion extractability of biodegradable chelates, these chelates, was higher than that of EDTA in a lower pH. Impact of sonication and mix biodegradable chelate application was evaluated. This gray bar shows ultrasonication using ultrasonication method. And sonication followed by a mechanical mixing persuaded a higher rate of strontium ion release. Addition of excess chelate in solution can induce a similar impact to sonication. And this part is very difficult for me. These are SPE, GLDA, and HIDS. They are combined to strontium ion, and the combined strontium is extracted. So there is a compete ion to strontium ion. So depend on pH, formation relative is very different. So relative stability of Tammany complex is lower than the corresponding binaries. The last topic. They try to analyze iodine 129. It's a long half-life iodine exists in the environment as organic and inorganic forms, and has never been measured in cooling bond. The Pripyat river has 10 times more dissolved organic matter than river at Fukushima prefecture. So there may be more organic iodine in the cooling bond. And organic and inorganic forms of iodine 127 and 129 in water were evaluated using HPCl RCPMS and accelerator mass spectrometry. So they succeeded measuring iodine 129, and this order is 1,000 times larger than control. It's a Russian based result. Organic iodine was hardly detected in the site S, because the text profile of DOC concentration is different from other iodine. Sorry. So this indicates that inorganic iodine was the main component, and the concentration was higher at deeper depths. And then higher concentration of iodine as found in the over water from sediments. So this means that sediments will supply iodine 129 to water. This iodine 109 has been supplied to the groundwater. It's difficult to measure iodine 129, but it is in isotopic equilibrium with stable iodine in a cooling pond, and there is a strong correlation. So this means that iodine 129 concentrations could be measured to monitor iodine 129. That's summary. Thank you. Thank you all. Finished.
Is there any questions to Mr. Karasaki? Okay, sorry.
Can I ask you a question? Measure ID129 in the sediment and in the water.
Okay. So sorry. This is not sediment. It's over water. Water is in sediment.
And this corresponds to the peak in season.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so just
I have a question regarding good and 129. So you provided mass concentration, and what would be concentration of activity just understanding becquerel per kilogram power response? Is this ground below radiological concern, or you can have some radiological problem with your diet?
It's a difficult question for me. So, yeah, very low activity. So it wouldn't be harmful for creatures. But it's long it's long half-life, so accumulation long time would be affect something to preachers living long, having long life.
Okay, so maybe discuss later, please. Okay.
Thank you.
So the next speakers are Valentin Foxa, with a paper with Vladimir Kanvet from the Ukrainian Hydrometeorological Institute, strontium and cesium concentration in bottom and dry territories of the cooling pond. Dynamics following drawdown.
Давайте переключимо. Опять я красиво с PowerPoint. С второго раза. Да, сейчас. Сейчас подключу. Сейчас мы сделаем по-другому. Ви приносите поки що свій, зараз я зроблю інакше. Все, открылось. У нас переключатель, да?
Okay. So as you know, the cooling point is one of the most radioactivity objects in the exclusion zone, and very important to know physical chemical forms of radionuclide for modeling, for prognosis radiological situation on the bed of the cooling pond and around this territory.
Recording stopped.
Initial contamination of cooling ponds was quite complete. It was steam component, mainly cesium, and condensation and fuel component present different type of fuel particles, different chemical stable. It's oxidation particle, it's uranium zirconium particle, and oxide uranium particle. All this type particle have different constant leaching in the environment. And very important now that during the active phase of exodent, such radionuclide as strontium, americium, plutonium isotope go to the cooling pond only in form of fuel
dispersed particle of emergency radiation nuclear fuel. Also, some part strontium taken to cooling pond with very radioactive water from 4 units of 10 ppm. For visualization presence of fuel particle in the bottom sediment, we use classical methods of radiography, and here you can see the profile for different layer, this column. It was sampling in the west part of cooling pond on depth about 10 meters, and as you see there, all this time after accident there was transsedimentation process fuel particle in the environment, because we observe fuel particle on each layer of this column. For information, mass of samples for each autoradiography was about 1 gram dry weight. In contrast, on the to the silty columns from depth water part of cooling pond, bottom sand sediment that were taken on the dry down areas of cooling have clear peak of contamination by fuel particles. This is also column. It was collected in the north part of cooling pond on the dry territory after water was dried. And as you see, on this column present the maximum activity of fuel particle in layer about 10-20 centimeters in this layer. If you calculate this autoradiography, we obtain that main part of particles have very small size. You can see this blue color. This size particle about 2-3 microns, but contribution this particle in the general activity very small, and main contribution in the activity have particle quite big size. You can see that several big this particle in this column, main part activity concentrated in them. And it's also very important, it means that in future radiological situation on this territory, or in this place, will be determined by how will be leached radionuclide from this big particle. Because when they concentrate in this fuel particle, they don't available for migration. For estimate physical chemical form radionuclide, in 2012 year we do some experiment. We sampling about 160 liter bottom sediment in north part of cooling pond, put it in the special cuvette without bottom, and periodical sampling samples from this cuvette for analysis. This work was finished in 2016 year, but in framework of SATREPS we continue this investigation, and now we have time observation about 8 years. You can see that fuel particle present in this bottom sediment. Here present the protocol sequential extraction of samples from the bottom sediment. We used distillate water for water-soluble form, acetate ammonium for exchangeable hydrochloric acid, 1 mole for mobile form. Also, then for stage we used solution TAMS for form associated with oxides and complex components of soil. After we used concentrate nitric acid, it's for leaching low soluble and form associated with different type of fuel particle. Then use mix after etched this residue. We mixed this residue. We used mix concentrate nitric and chlorine acid. It's for leaching fuel particles more stable, and the rest we used mix nitric acid and fluoride acid with higher temperature for leached mineral part of the samples. Here present results of leaching. As you see, the water-soluble form we observe during 8 years increasing for about 5 times, but in general value it's just 0.6% of total activity. Exchangeable form we observe increasing for strontium for to 10% during this experiment. After drying bottom sediment and they expose the natural condition for 8 years, the amount of mobile form of americium increase about to 50%. Using soluble TAM, we can leach some part of plutonium associated with hydroxide metal form an organic mineral complex. Using concentrate nitric acid, we leached americium and strontium, about 70%. Okay, thank you. And only about 25% of plutonium and cesium. It's very important result because show us and during this time we observe increasing about 10% about 10%. It was 70%, but after 8 years it was about 60%. It means that 10% of part may be associated with fuel particle dissolve in this during our experiments. And also it need remember that very often during different radiochemical procedure for leaching radionuclide used concentrate nitric acid, and we observe different percent leaching for cesium plutonium and americium strontium. This means when we use this acid for leached radionuclide, we may don't don't dissolve some part of plutonium and cesium. Next stage shows that we reached about 60% plutonium cesium because americium and strontium was reached in previous stage. And using the 7th stage, we reached rest of cesium from mineral part of these samples and some part of plutonium. But after gamma spectrometry, the residue of these samples, we also measure about 10% cesium. Its part activity that cannot be mobilized in natural conditions for a very long time. Okay. There are two main types of soil on the dry down territories: clean sand and silty sand. And we do the same. We use same protocol for leached radionuclide from more sand samples and observe that a different situation. Exchangeable on the sand samples much more than on the silty. It's very important. It means that we need consider this situation. Also, during 2020 year, we collect different type of samples on territory, on the dry down territory of Colin Pond, and we have different. Here used the more simple protocol, and we observe different part radionuclide strontium in the exchangeable form on this in this place. So in conclusion, after dry down the bottom sediment of Colin Pond and they expose for 8 years, the amount of mobile form strontium and americium can increase up to 10% due to they leached from the matrix of fuel particles. A comparison of form of radionuclide in samples of sandy silt and clean sand shows that the connect of exchangeable form strontium and americium and mobile form cesium, plutonium in sandy significantly exceeds their content in silty sand, which is more typical for the deep part of the Colin Pond. It is observed considerable spatial heterogeneity of forms of radionuclide in sediments of Colin Pond. Content exchangeable form of strontium in bottom soil is different. A different part of Colin Pond can vary within 5 to 50%. Thank you very much.
I don't think we've got time for questions unless anybody's got a quick question. Maybe you can ask Valentin later if you have. Quick question from the news.
У вас підготувалися кількість форм через деякий час. З чим пов'язана ця стабілізація? Розширяється більш розширені частки, якісь інші процеси. My question is, there is some stabilization in the amount of changeable forms this time. So what is the reason for this? So there are some highly soluble particles dissolve, or what is the process behind it?
I think because process leaching fuel particle in the Colin Pond continue all time, after dry down water in the Colin Pond, we change chemical situation in the bottom sediment and some part not dissolve particle underwater, now they, during this 8 years, it's about 10% dissolved. It's maybe the reason why we observe increasing concentration strontium in some part of water now in the cooling pond.
Thank you. Thank you, Martin. The next talk is our colleagues from the Eco Centre. Strontium and cesium concentration in water of new bodies created during the cooling pond drawdown.
I'm Deputy Head of the Information and Analytical Department for the State Enterprise Eco Center. And my colleague from International Projects Department will assist me in translating this presentation. Today we'll speak about the concentration of cesium and cis. About the concentrations in water of new water bodies. So we'll speak about the observation of the works, and we'll speak about the conclusions. Cooling pond is surrounded by the channels, Certain and Northern channel, and also there are inlet and outlet channels. Also there are 4 sampling points from the pond. According to the monitoring results, when we had the drawdown of the cooling pond, we observed the increase of the strontium concentration, and the cesium, we also observed the increase of cesium in dissolved
Натомість зростання концентрації у завислих частках не спостерігалося.
And in suspended particles, we didn't observe the increase of concentrations.
Найбільше інтенсивне зростання концентрації стронцію відбулося у північно-східній частині.
We could observe in the north and southern part the most high level of the increase of concentrations.
А також у центральна варта.
And also in the central west part, we also observe the increase of concentrations.
У південній і південно-східній частинах менше.
In the northern and northern east part, the levels were a little bit lower.
Загалом під час спуску подвійного плодорожча виникло 8 виявлених подвиг.
When we had the drawdown of the compound, then we received the 8 separated pounds.
Відбір проб на регламентних пунктах спостереження, що включає 4 пункти.
We have the control points for sampling according to the regulation of Warsaw.
Відбувався в напрямку зниження водойми, відступання.
And the sampling was performed in accordance with the water age backing away pass.
Пункти у північно-східному напрямку передають водойми з номером 4.
The sampling points in the northern and northeast side,
Номером 4 водойми нас.
they are marked here as a number 4 point.
У північній частині пункт спостереження 22 відповідає водойми, що утворилася водойми 6.
The point number 22 is connected with the number 6 point.
У пікеті на пункті спостереження 216 утворилася ця водойма розділилася на дві водойми.
In the service take number
Пункт спостереження 216.
in the observation point number 260, this pound was divided into 2 separate pounds.
У цьому місці водойма з номером 2 майже висохла, і наприкінці висихання буде заболочена місцевість і активно зросла концентрація речі.
Here on this map you can see the place where the pound was dried, and here on the place the level of the contamination was increased.
Ми продовжили спостереження у водоймі за номером 1.
We continued our observations in the pound number 1.
Як висновок можна сказати, що концентрація радіонуклідів у всій водоймі подовжувачі перевищує допустимий рівень для питної води.
So as a conclusion we can say that the concentration of radionuclides is increased and it increases the level.
У північній частині водойми спостерігаються постійні перевищення концентрації стронцію.
In the southern part we can observe the regular increasing of the strontium level.
Також інколи спостерігається перевищення рівня дії цезію.
Sometimes we can observe the cesium level decreasing.
Тобто водойма охолоджувач є небезпечним.
So the compound is a hazardous pound from the safety point of view.
Дякую.
Thank you.
We have time for a question.
Говорили, що спостерігається збільшення концентрації розчинного цезію, але не спостерігається збільшення концентрації цезію на записах. Це мається на увазі в розрахунку на одиницю об'єму чи в розрахунку на масу записів. The question is, it was told that it was said that the concentration of soluble cesium is increasing, but concentration of the cesium associated with the suspended particles was not increasing. The question is, was not increasing in consideration of the volume of the water, or was not increasing in consideration of the weight of the suspended metal? Okay. So the answer is on the volume of water.
Thank you. So the next talk is Dmitry Gurkov.
Please will be presented by
He would get permission to go to
He's not online.
Ah, he's not online.
We'll move to the next presentation.
Yeah, but let's think about this. Okay.
I have a message from him. He couldn't connect because the Zoom link not working.
Oh, okay.
This presentation, somebody take care about it.
Yeah, I mean, just to ask him, just to log in, any Zoom account. Log in Zoom account. Any Zoom account working to connect this thing.
You make a presentation.
Yeah. Okay.
I start. My next presentation is Cesium 137 in fish and predatory prey relationships. So, the water level of the conic pond was kept 7 meters higher than that of previous river by pumping water up from water from the rivers. However, after the pumping station was shut down, the pond water level has started to decline since 2015. Approximately 14% of the initial water surface area was drained, and green pond was separated into small ponds. To understand how the drawdown will affect the cesium 137 concentration in the fish. So, as chemistry group, I presented before for Satellite's project. Fish was collected in the small pond at Western Territory. And Dr. Nasby and Dr. Guskov provide us some fish data, and I appreciated your data. And collecting the fish Ecocenter and ITD helped us. The state topic is monitoring cesium 137 in fish and analyzing predator-prey relationships in chlorine pond of Chernobyl nuclear power plant, and predator-prey relationships for fish in Fukushima accident. And this is the result of cesium 137 concentration in fish after drawdown in chlorine pond. So, in this graph, a vertical bar shows cesium 137 concentrations of fresh weight. So, individual data were plotted in these graphs. So, there were some factors to determine cesium 137 concentration in fish. But after drawdown started, cesium concentrations were a few times different among species, and then the concentration is considered to be decreasing overall during drawdown. And next, I try to calculate concentration ratio of cesium 137 between predator and prey fish. So because I considered water cesium concentration in water is very low compared to fish, so eating food cesium concentration in fish, fish were affected by their food. So I calculated in the rate. This is the ratio of cesium 137 in predator to prey, and from drawdown in chlorine pond as studied. So left side graph is standard. Sorry, I don't know platinum. So 5 parts to crayfish, and right graph shows European catfish to crayfish. The rating, and if more than 3 fishes are caught at the similar period, the concentration ratio the concentration ratio of predators has more than 3 values, so I average and so average. So this graph shows ratio is ratios more than 1, so this means predator cesium monthly cell concentration in predator is larger than prey fishes. Next, for COVID-19 pandemics, we couldn't go to Ukraine, so we caught a fish and detected cesium-137 in Japan. So there is not many predatory native fish in Japan in river. However, non-native catfish has large population in some rivers in Japan. It's one of the environmental problems in Japan. So they live in a reservoir or lake and able to catch much more individuals than native predatory species. Therefore, we measure the cesium-137 in this fish and other native prey species. This is the result of cesium-137 concentration rate in the predatory fish and other 3 prey species in 2020 and 2021. So this graph also shows predatory fish has higher cesium-137 concentrations than other prey fish. So this result is similar tendency in chlorine pond. However, this should be compared simply because in chlorine pond the result of chlorine pond has affected by drawdown to fish. So this impact is could be very large. In contrast, these results wasn't included the impact. So I should have some research design to compare them. For example, for reservoirs and irrigation ponds and changing water level. So in the catching the fish in the environment will be affected by the rapid drawdown. So it will be more harder to see that to see the cooling pond drawdown. This is a summary.
Good. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, any question to Dr. Anastasia?
Good cook is ready. Good cook is ready. Good cook.
Okay. Thank you. So, okay, so thank you very much.
I think you could come to join us on on dynamics of hydrobiomes in the cooling ponds.
Dr. Gzok, can you hear me? Just go, please wait, and now. Please speak something, please go. Okay.
Lista. Where's his name? Please share the screen. Video. Share your screen.
Yes, I will try. I'll try. Sorry. Okay, it's okay?
Yes, it's okay.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes. Not so loud.
Okay. Sorry for some trouble. Good afternoon to everybody. Dear colleagues, Anders and Seiji, I'm happy to join your seminar, and I will talk about radicological consequences of the drawdown of water level for fatty biota in the Chernobyl megaton cooling pond and transmission rate. This study was carried out in long-term technical cooperation with the Chernobyl Ecocenter. And we have studied ecosystem of Chernobyl nuclear power plant cooling pond before and after drawdown of water level. Before the drawdown, we studied two sampling points located at the so-called warm and cool part of the Chernobyl cooling pond, separated by this dam. And after drawdown of water level, we expanded our studies also on the southern part of the cooling pond. We also studied aquatic biota in Asbuchin Lake, which is located near by the cooling pond. It's about 500 meters. The nearest point of the Asbuchin Lake. And due to this location, the level of water in this lake also was decreased during the drawdown of water level. This is the picture before drawdown of water level in cooling pond in 2014. And this is the picture at the end of 2018, sorry, and this is picture of 2025. It's not very good resolution, but you can see that morphology of this lake changed essentially. Here's the picture of dynamics of average concentration of radionuclides in water on the northeastern part of the cooling pond. It's data of Centrum, and we can see that the dynamic of cesium-137 was decreased during the last 20 years and stabilized probably at the same level after drawdown of water level. And we can see that enough stable situation was for concentration of strontium 90, and after drawdown of water level, the concentration of strontium 90 was increased during the last years. This is the dynamics of activity concentration of main radionuclides in aquatic plants, Radioactivity spiccatum, within the northeastern part of the cooling pond. And for this time, it's only one species of submerged aquatic plant. And we can see that there is a tendency to decrease of concentration of cesium-137 in tissue of this aquatic plant, and this tendency are still safe after the drawdown of water level in the cooling pond. So we have the same population of aquatic plant for this part of cooling pond. And regarding concentration of strontium 90, it was increased in several times after drawdown of water level. This one was species of aquatic plant. It's not typical aquatic plants. It's elophyte plants, so-called air water plants, because part of this body located under the water and part of vegetation above the water. Unfortunately, the old population of common reef now located at the draining territory, and it's we did continue study this population, but now we studied the young population of the common reef nearby the water. Now it's really in the water because of this picture was taken during the active decrease of water level of the cooling pond, and we can see that the concentration of both radionuclides was much lower in this young population of the common reef, but for concentration of cesium-137, this time the concentration of these radionuclides is the same like in the period before the drawdown of water level. As to concentration of strontium 90, it's still very low in comparison with the period before drawdown of water level, but it's increased for this time. This picture you can see the dynamics of the activity concentration for the whale mollusk, Dracena species within the northeastern part of the cooling pond. This is a very important component of biota of Chernobyl cooling pond because it has a huge biomass. In particular, in 2000s, it was about 50,000 stones on cooling pond. This mollusk is a very active filtrator, and it has very important environment forming factor for cooling pond. As you can see, the dynamics of random flies in these mollusks after drop down of water level have increased for both random flies for scorching and for cesium, but unfortunately quality of water was unfavorable for these mollusks, and we can continue our studies of radioactivity in this mollusks only until 2017, because after this period, this species completely disappeared from the cooling pond of the Chernobyl, the Bhopal cooling pond, and now we have a huge massive of dead shells of these mollusks at the shoreline of the cooling pond, which is probably one of the additional sources of strontium due to structures of these shells into water of the cooling pond. Here you can see the dynamics of activity concentration of radionuclides in the two species of fish. This is a diagram for Manroot, and this is for perch. And you can see that the background of the enough stable situation with the concentration of cesium-137 in the fish tissue. We have gradual increase of strontium-90 activity in this fish, and in 2019 the concentration of strontium for the first time for fish in the cooling pond increased the specific activity for cesium-137. As for predator perch, the concentration of cesium-137 was much higher, in particular with in comparison with the common root, but the concentration activity of strontium-90 at this time increased, but it's still far from activity of cesium-137. Here's the ranges and average activity concentration of radionuclides in water of Chernobyl nuclear power cooling pond and Asmuchen Lake before and after drawdown of water level, and you can see that the activity of cesium-137 at the same level for both periods, and the activity of strontium for this part of for the northeastern part of cooling pond increased in 3 times, and for Asmuchen Lake increased in 14 times. Here is the average total and internal dose rate in fish at the Chernobyl cooling pond in 2014 and 2022. And you can see that the main part of the total absorbed dose for fish in the cooling pond is part of external dose, especially for bottom-dwelling fish. And this is connected with the fact that during winter period, all fish moved close to the bottom sediments, and for winter period have highest level of external dose rate. The highest level is for bottom-dwelling fish, and the lowest level fish inhabited the surface water levels. If we If you look separately for internal dose rate of fish, you can see that the concentration of the dose rate due to cesium 1-7 for practical for all fish species decreased. In contrast to solution 90, as you can see, because of the dose rate for all fish species due to solution in preparation of solution 90, in contrast it increased. Here you can see the total dose rate and internal dose rate of fish in Aspergine Lake, and here the situation is something different because we have increased both internal and external sources of irradiation, and this is connected with the fact that littoral zone of the Aspergine Lake now are located at the drain territory. So the average concentration of radioactive bottom sediment of Aspergine Lake increased. So the external dose of irradiation increased also. Also increased internal doses of irradiation due to high level of radioactive in the water. So we have the similar activity of cesium, sorry, not activity, but internal dose rate due to cesium 1-7 and gradual increase of solution 90. Dose rate due to solution 90 in the fish tissue. Here, the dynamics of the absorbed dose rate for internal exposure of common root and patch in the cooling port of the Chernobyl nuclear bomb plant. As you can see, the increased, gradual increase since 1917. Increase of dose rate, internal dose rate due to solution 90, and now stable situation with the dose rate due to preparation of cesium 1-7. And the same tendency is for predator fish like perch. Here, the correlation between the activity of red and black concentration in water and absorbed dose rate of internal exposure, and we have a good correlation for both species, common rod and perch. Good correlation between dose rate and activity concentration of radioactive in water, because strontium accumulates by fish body due to by the gills, main part of sources of strontium in fish tissue by the gills and skin cover. So we have a good correlation between activity concentration in water and dose rate for both fish species. And we have a better relation between concentration of cesium 1-7 in water and in fish body due to absence of any significant dynamics of cesium concentration in water, and also due to whole spectrum of food objects for this species, which has different concentration factors. So we have that correlation between these parameters for both fish species. And some conclusions. It is supposed that drawdown of water level in the Chernobyl
I think we've lost you.
Yes, yes, I see. It is supposed that drought out of water level in the Chernobyl River, Volga, Lake and Transmission Lake led to a violation of the state of dynamic equilibrium regarding the transition of mobile force of dragonflies, primarily Centrum 90 from bottom sediments into water, and their removal due to ground connection and filtration through barrier dams to the Pripyat River. It is assumed that the changes in equilibrium state due to decrease in the volume of water masses on the one hand, as well as the transfer of biologically available forms of Centrum 90 from bottom sediments that ended up in drained areas into the water bodies. On the other hand, caused an increase in activity concentration of the irradiant light and water of the studied water bodies and increasing its accumulation by aquatic biota. Registered current levels of the total absorbed cause rate for all studied fish in the Chernobyl nuclear plant pond and Asmuchen Lake significantly exceeded screening dose rate of 2 micrograms per hour, and for almost all fishes from both water bodies exceeded the safe level of 10 micrograms per hour recommended as part of the European Commission project. And the safe dose level of 40 micrograms per hour recommended for vertebrate animals by the Scientific Committee on the Effects of Atomic Radiation of the United Nations and the International Commission on Radiological Protection was exceeded for the Tushankar tension pipe from Asmuchen Lake. It is all. Thank you for your attention, and sorry for some troubles.
Okay, I think we've got time for questions. Well, one quick question.
Dmitry, what is the value uncertainty your estimation external dose for fish?
Very high.
Yeah, it's about external dose. Yeah. Okay. I think it's about 35–40%.
But in your graphs, it's very, very small value.
Sorry?
In your presentation, in the graphs, this value is very small. It's more or less 40 if it is.
Yes, probably you're right. Probably here about 55%.
Okay, thank you, Valery.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dimitri. So I think we're back with the speaker in the room, Mr. Pavlenko. Model experiments to support field observations on uptake and excretion of cesium and strontium. Not Mr. Sorry. That's my bad. That's my bad. Apologies. It's nice not to have it.
You have to switch the view. I have to reboot the PC because something's going on. I cannot explain what's...
Maybe you could start with some general issues.
Okay.